We do have a picture we're working on showing you the officials gathered in Los Angeles, state emergency officials, as they say they're responding to the protest provoked by chaos from Washington. That is from the governor, provoked by chaos from Washington. The governor writing, "We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games." And we do expect to hear a press conference from the LAPD, likely from the Sheriff's Department as well. And we believe the governor will be there as well. So he is in Los Angeles tonight monitoring the situation with the chief of the LAPD, Jim McDonnell, and the sheriff, as well as other officials from around the cities. California Highway Patrol, I see. So they posted a picture. I'm just trying to see what officials are gathered here. It looks like other sheriff officials, CHP is likely there, LAPD, and I'm not sure. I highly doubt that any feds are in this meeting, given the tone and words of what the governor is saying here, provoked by chaos from Washington, blaming this solely on President Trump and his actions and the actions of his administration. But we will see here in less than an hour. We plan to hear from the LAPD, and we believe Governor Gavin Newsom as well.
Right. There are two men. Their backs are toward the camera. They look like they're in civilian clothes. Obviously, they're not civilians, but it makes you think, what kind of higher up law enforcement is this? They have black polos on, so it'll be interesting to see who they are. We'll see that in the next hour or so with that press conference.
Right, and all this is playing out once again as the governor of California and the state is now in direct confrontation with the president of the United States and the federal government. The president last night ordering the federalization of 2,000 members of the California National Guard. He did so without the request who at some point we assume will likely move in on those gathered in front of
the park?
City Hall. Right.
Oh, okay.
So right down here, City Hall is to the right, Grand Park is to the left, the courthouse is just up and around the corner, up the hill from this location. And those Homeland Security vehicles are moving through. The LAPD with those mounted officers are holding their position, basically, I guess, letting these folks just kind of play around, hiding behind their barricade.
Right.
But I think the volley of non-lethals has continued from LAPD officers as we see them continue to fortify their line there, stacking those benches and tables up and standing behind them. What they hope to accomplish here, what the purpose of this is, I'm not even sure if there is a purpose, just kind of continue this going throughout the afternoon, and they are continuing to hurl things back at those officers. At what point does the LAPD say this is enough? We're going to restore control of this area. It's right outside City Hall. It's right by the park. Again, those pink chairs and benches and tables were somehow, for some reason, left unsecured to Grand Park, and it has allowed these demonstrators to build up a fortified line here.
And it's going to start getting dark really soon. In the next hour or so, we're expecting our sunset around 8 o'clock tonight. So it makes you think. And right now, it looks like the law enforcement is in some sort of position right in front of those protesters that barricaded themselves. But it makes you think, is this going to continue until it gets dark? Is that when they're going to move in with the horses, or are they going to move in sooner? We have Gabe Santos, and I believe Gabe's going to give us a clearer picture of what he's seeing. Gabe, what's going on?
Yeah, so we've been monitoring this barricade, if you will, that's on Spring Street right next to City Hall, and we've been kind of keeping tabs on what LAPD is doing. Earlier, when there was another one of these makeshift barricades set up, LAPD moved in pretty quickly with those mounted units. This one, they appear to be kind of taking a little bit of their time dealing with, and you could see there are consequences, if you will, to that, because protesters are continuing to build up this barrier and fortify it, if you will, with now 2 layers of these pink benches. And as you can see, somebody there throwing something at officers there further up to the north, and you could see there people continue to use those pink chairs to fortify that barricade. But LAPD continues to slowly, very slowly, fire their less than lethal rounds and make a little bit of headway, at least moving down this street. Those boxes that we were seeing, those are more of those less than lethal rounds. We were hearing earlier that LAPD was actually running short on those rounds, and that's not as an entire department they were running short. It's that at the specific location, different teams were running short on some of that less than lethal ammo. So you had different additional parts of LAPD come in, and it took them a while due to traffic. Some of the freeways were shut down, but LAPD was able to bring in some additional boxes of that ammo, and you could see those boxes there. They have arrived at the scene here, and LAPD is now making use of that as they continue to slowly push some of those protesters south near this barricade that they have set up on the street in front of City Hall. So it'll be very interesting to see how LAPD kind of deals with this right now. We did see earlier those white SUVs. Those are from the Federal Protective Service. That's a agency within the Department of Homeland Security, and that is a part of the agency, and their sole responsibility is to protect federal government facilities and occupants of federal government facilities. So unsure exactly which facility they're going to, if they're going to the federal building itself and try and refortify some of the law enforcement crews around that area, or if they are just here in general to help LAPD and things of that nature. That would probably be less likely than just continuing to fortify specifically federal property, but it is interesting seeing them on scene here and them kind of driving around, because that definitely is something that is agitating some of the protesters here as they continue to see those federal officers move into the area. As we zoom back into this section, this barricade, which now spans the entire length of Spring Street, then continues to be fortified, and you see more and more protesters kind of continue to set themselves up behind this barricade, and we're just waiting to see what LAPD does if they continue to move forward on this barricade here and using some of those less than lethal rounds.
It is curious to me why they continue this volley of less than lethals. It doesn't appear to be doing anything. They continue to fortify their lines there. And as we heard earlier, there were calls going out, Gabe, that they are running low on these rounds of flashbangs and pepper balls. And we just see a continued volley of these officers on the front line. It looks like it's calmed down now. We haven't seen anything in the last couple seconds. But look at the side of the road. Every canister there is another empty canister of a less than lethal on one side of the road. These are hundreds here. Throughout the day, we have seen thousands, literally thousands of these munitions sent towards these demonstrators. So that's one side of the street we're seeing. The other side is full of them as well. But again, in this situation, if you are indeed running low on them, what it is accomplishing when you're firing them at benches and chairs that are
earlier today as well about not allowing masks at protests.
perfect, bro. I want to thank the almost 500 people who are stopping and watching this stream. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Just to be clear, those 470 people are watching on X. So thank you, X. Thank you for pulling it out. Even more people on X. Thank you guys. Really is where news happens.
poco de soporte. Un poco de soporte. Gracias. 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 Gracias.
Thank you again to everybody watching on X. If you guys could repost it, share it out, get it out. We're still looking for 5 million impressions and 500,000 verified users. So if you guys could share that out, that'd be great. We would greatly appreciate it. There's now almost 650 of you on X. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
responsibilities and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Aseli, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business. On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond. And we're working together to keep everyone safe. Our officers
fuck ICE every day, bitch.
But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about, the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you
We're going to stick with IRT for a while and see if we can dig anything else up. Thank you, X, for showing up. You guys are here. I know the sound's working again, so thank you so much. You guys are great. And you guys are peace stuff. Thank you. just so you guys know, as of right now, we are totally viewer funded. So we're appreciating donations, follows, shares, whatever you can afford to. Following, sharing, liking, that's all free. You guys can drop a couple bucks in the Cash App to help with the stream management. That would be great. But thank you so much for being here. That's the most important thing.
my head around what we just saw a few minutes ago, we see another barricade being put up with a number of dumpsters there. So people aren't leaving the area, they're just kind of scattering and regrouping, and then we're continuing to see different little barricades get set up in different spots of town as LAPD kind of continues to push the protesters towards different areas here. We're seeing a little bit of a progression north into Chinatown, but we also have a large group, at least a few minutes ago, that I last had eyes on, that was south of City Hall at, I believe that was Main and I think it was Main and First Street, and we might be a little too far away with the buildings in a way here to get eyes on that group there, but there was a group of about 500 people down on that side. However, that group of protesters, they weren't really doing anything that LAPD deems to be a threat. So LAPD is really putting their focus on the protesters on the north side that continue to set up barricades. They really don't want anybody to dig their heels in and set up barricades or anything of that sort, because the longer barricades get put in place, the more they get fortified by other pieces of trash and other pieces of metal that these individuals find, the harder it will be for LAPD to deal with it later on. That's looks like that's the Spring Street Bridge that CHP now has been able to contain. And I think if we pan to the left, Rob, there, we'll be able to see the Los Angeles Street Bridge, and that's the bridge where a lot of protesters were throwing items down onto the freeway below. And you see that CHP vehicle on a tow truck. That CHP vehicle probably going to be a complete loss. It was actually set on fire earlier as people on the bridge above were lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and throwing them down to the vehicles below. So that CHP vehicle actually caught on fire a little bit before CHP officers were able to move in with a fire extinguisher and put it out. But while we were zoomed in there,
They're pulling away far away from where officers are at, so I don't know what the plan. So I don't know what the plan. We'll continue following them a little bit more, but I don't know how much more I'm gonna follow, because I don't want to end up in a whole different city.
Most violent, so LAPD and CHP and sheriff's deputies really keeping an eye on what they are continuing to do as we head into the evening hours. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you so much. And yeah, it's certainly right, getting a look from SkyCal in terms of trying to piece out where the collection of protesters and groups of people are. You see one there in the center of your screen. Not a lot, though. And then you see toward the back there a collection of them sort of scattering a little bit, too. And Mike, if I can bring you back in here whenever you're ready. Yeah. This is where the questions about tactics that we first raised more than 4 hours ago really come into play, because as Lori mentioned, you start pushing, law enforcement has already been pushing folks back into Chinatown and away from downtown LA, really establishing like you were not getting toward the federal building or even back on the overpass. It sort of stretched itself out. As should we expect to see potentially more?
The one on the left was a little bit further down, and I'm trying to figure out what that smoke was, if somebody set off a smoke canister or what exactly happened. But to your point, Gio, oh, it's LAPD, they're there. To your point, Gio, though, I mean, at this point, things are going to start to just kind of splinter off. Mm-hmm. So if you have these concentrated groups, which we don't really have right now, I mean, there are certainly some that are right around this fire that we're looking at, but you know, and then they can certainly move in and make those arrests there. But they're going to hope to get to a point where there's so few people and people have splintered so much that hopefully they'll just kind of dissipate and
at a public parking lot near Alvera Street, and that police officers actually moved in and put that fire out themselves and moved people out of the way. So the LAPD is responding, but as the chief himself said, at the moment they are overwhelmed. There are more people causing trouble than there are officers to stop them at this point. And whether the National Guard is in fact needed tonight is something that he says will have to be assessed. In the meantime, ABC News reporter Matt Gutman was behind the police lines earlier today. He showed us the projectiles that were coming from both sides of these clashes.
That line of officers from the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang cannons.
Fried Oreo?
I'm cool, bro. Thank you.
Sure. Damn.
Appreciate it.
You sharp in the mug, but when you fried Oreo, yo, nigga, pimpin', bro.
This is this. I'm gonna break away. I'm gonna go grab me some food, check into my room, let them settle somewhere, and then we'll come back out.
Look at different pockets everywhere else, and yeah, there's law enforcement just sort of keeping an eye on things as well. It's hard to make out exactly how many there are, but as we mentioned, it is a numbers game in their favor right now because they're establishing these lines wherever they go, and then a collection of protesters and other stragglers are sort of winding themselves around.
That Chevron gas station there. Is that right across the street from Olvera? Olvera Street? I believe so. It looks like we have Lauren Posen on the ground for us right now. Lauren, where are you? What are you seeing?
So, Leslie, we just moved up on Main Street. We're at Main and First here. We're with the officers with the motorcycles, and we saw some smoke a little bit further, like the next block down. It looks like the fire is out now, but there does seem to be a cluster of people over there. And I'm seeing, what am I seeing over here? I just see more of the smoke again like that. We also saw a whole bunch of patrol cars coming through here with their sirens on as well. It's a lot of activity over here. On Los Angeles, there's another, I think I heard Mike say something about people maybe splintering off into clusters. That's what I'm seeing here. That's Los Angeles. And I see a cluster group over there. I don't think they're doing any, it looks normal and calm over there, but it's really chaotic out here. We've been hearing a lot of flash bombs go off. A lot of sirens, a lot of fireworks. There's just a lot happening. It's really noisy. It's loud, and you can't tell kind of where the sounds are coming from until you see those sparks. Now, traffic is moving, though. I mean, you see the cars here, so traffic hasn't been impacted totally over here, considering the freeway shut down. But that's what we have. I should also mention, too, that police do have blocked off Main at First, and then down where we were earlier, and forgive me, I forget where it was. It's Main, over by City Hall. Temple, there we go, Temple, Main and Temple. So police do have both. There's police in a skirmish line down by Main and Temple. So that's what's out here, and this is really minimal at this point, but I have to say, because I'm looking right at it, the destruction to downtown LA is unbelievable. Every single building in downtown I see has graffiti all over it. There's trash all over. It's just it's a mess down here. It's a complete mess.
Yeah, Lauren, you were staged outside of pretty much LAPD headquarters there. And
yeah, and I should say too, they do have barricades up by LAPD, so no one can get through the barricades there. That's something we see normally in these situations. But yes, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Leslie.
No, I was saying we're seeing obviously action where you are, or at least police enforcement there. But we're also seeing a large LAPD presence all the way stretching down to Olvera Street. Alameda, I believe, as LAPD has mass amounts of patrol cars over in this area. And this moments ago, we did see several people start to put, I saw one person put a garbage can in the middle of the roadway, right?
Yeah, it was a garbage can and a couple other sort of makeshift barricades. You also hear all the honking too, because traffic is still flowing in the area, but it sounds like there's as much agitation from some drivers as there is, elsewhere. And I hear even more. Lauren, is that more of the flash bombs and other things that you were making note of?
Yes, there's more. It's probably flash bombs, or maybe firecrackers. I see over here. Okay, so there's a group on the LAPD building side on the corner there, and they seem to be lighting off something. It's probably those fireworks again. They just keep throwing them on the ground. And I can't say it enough here. It's incredibly dangerous. You have cars driving right by. They haven't closed down these streets over here on this main street on where we are here. So you have cars driving by, people lighting off fireworks. I'm not sure who they're directing it at. I don't know if they're just throwing it in the ground or what their purpose is, but they're creating a really dangerous. Oh, here comes another one right here. Oh. It's like a sparkler at that. It wasn't as loud as the other ones I've heard. And I think too, another thing that amplifies all the noise is because we are in downtown, the buildings really can make it sound really loud. And that's always what jolts me. Here's another one, a sparkler. Not as intense as we've seen throughout the night, but definitely,
But
that's what's happening. Somehow they're getting hold of these.
And going off of that, Lauren, I mean, the fact that the fireworks, I mean, even if it doesn't look, there's sparklers or there's just the occasional one there, but we've seen multiple times how if it just catches on the wrong side of a car or underneath the wrong portion of a car, that's going to light something on fire, or it can hit somebody. You made this point specifically too, where it can hit a wall or something else, and you're hit with trash and shrapnel and of the like. So there's almost like a layer of an onion to this, in that there's a lot going on, and the danger of it might not seem obvious, but of course it can feel relatively calm compared to what we were showing hours ago, but right now there's still a lot that you're keeping an eye on and a lot to still be sort of worried about because anything could change on a moment's notice.
Yeah, and I want to get to the situation that we're looking at from SkyCal. Sorry, Lauren, not to get you off here, but we're seeing a bit bigger group closer to Cesar Chavez and Alameda that is staged right near this Chevron station. And you can see, you know, just down the way from them is a group of LAPD vehicles. They have also placed those garbage cans, those large garbage cans in the middle of the roadway to block it off. And so you're seeing LAPD now come to this area and address the situation closer to Placita Olvera, or Olvera Street there. And we wonder, and we're going to keep our eye on if they move in. So we will see if that happens, but on both ends of our chopper shots, you're seeing on the left side what police are addressing this situation, this blockade that has popped up here on Alameda. And look, someone's setting this on fire.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That goes back to what we were looking at on the overpass too, where you just see, I mean,
or what we were looking on First Street, right? Where
that too, yeah, where they actually did start that fire.
On fire.
Yeah. You hear more of those, more of that popping. It sounds like fireworks off in the background as well.
Closer to where Lauren is.
And a bit of a reaction from officers as well. Multiple, actually. It's not really stopping at the moment as we take a listen to this. Hey, even more and more and more. Go ahead, Lauren.
Yes, Gio. Yes, I was going to say yes, they are throwing off those fireworks again. Now we have an ambulance coming, and let's see if they let this ambulance by. This is something I have noticed throughout the night. The cars haven't been moving for the ambulance or first responders, the firemen, the fire trucks when they go by too. Here, they let them go by. Not sure what that's in response to, if there's something that happened up the road with maybe those fireworks, but there they go. And you can, and now see, you hear the honking. This is this atmosphere that we're in the middle of here. You got the alarm, you got the sirens, you got the honking, you have the fireworks going off. You know, I know it can look calm at home, but it's really, when you're on the ground here, it's a much different story because you're right in the thick of it.
Yeah, truly, and we're seeing plenty of law enforcement action, maybe less demonstrators still out there where you are. We're seeing many more demonstrators closer to Alameda and Cesar Chavez, where they have again set up this blockade in the street with at least 2 garbage cans. They also set something on fire. It looks to be a small fire right now, Gio. You can see it right there in the middle of the street, possibly setting some, you know, garbage on fire.
Oh, you see a good view of
you're seeing that.
Too.
Lauren, is there a fire where you are?
Oh, you know what, Leslie? I just moved to the other side, and yes, there is a fire.
Okay.
I don't know if we're going to be able to show you. There's some patrol cars coming down.
Okay.
You can see it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now, from where I'm at, it doesn't look very big, but nonetheless, it's a fire, and that's not what we want to see tonight. You know, again, the mayor stressing, the governor stressing, they don't want to see violence and disruption like this, and I mean, that's not what they're asking for here as we're looking at this fire.
Yeah.
They want it peaceful.
Yeah, you can see a lot of those motorcycles, it looks like, or bikes, staged right here at this Chevron gas station. That's where many, or I should say a good group has begun to congregate. Plenty of law enforcement still out there, plenty of LAPD. We saw maybe 24 of them who are behind this building here on the left side of your screen. And they, it looks like maybe they're coming up with some sort of plan, but at this point they're kind of just
Okay, the officers now are, and you just saw that bang. Officers making a move away from it, so perhaps they feel that they have gotten a good enough handle on it, and they can kind of retreat a bit. We're going to head down, continue to head in that direction just to keep an eye on where the crowd has gone. We did see a tremendous amount of damage along the way, unfortunately past Olvera Street, on some of the new buildings along Olvera Street that had recently undergone some redevelopment. All of the windows, all of the building sides have been tagged, broken windows, etc., which is of course a shame, especially in this part of town. And now that they have cleared out, you can see the traffic does seem to be continuing. So, you know, a lot going on. We're just going to keep an eye on it for you. Guys, back to you.
Lori, thank you. Let's get back to Lauren. We were just making a note of that fire that Lauren Posen could see from her vantage point. Lauren, has that gotten bigger?
It looks like it's getting bigger, yeah, and it looks like it may be on the street. So we're about a block away from it, and I see there's a crowd of people over there. Chopper might be able to get a better vantage point because I don't want to walk over there. I like to stay back from where that's happening, but I don't know if it's a trash can on fire or what, but it does look like it's getting bigger. I don't know if
federal detention center, and from there things started escalating, and then from there people began marching onto the freeway. Though they on the 101 north and southbound, you had the CHP come in, detained several people, and then they were able to get people off the freeways. But from there, different groups have been scattering about. We saw them set Waymos on fire. They've been vandalizing all sorts of buildings and cars. We even saw them at one point throwing stones and commercial grade fireworks down onto CHP officers and their vehicles, which was on the 101 southbound. I found it interesting. We were all wondering, gosh, where are they getting those enormous stones that they are throwing down? And to hear Chief Jim McDonald talk in the 8 o'clock hour when he held a live press conference, he was saying that some of the protesters they have in their backpacks, they actually carry big cinder blocks, break them up, throw them down, and then some of them also carry hammers on them. And we're going over to that federal detention center, and they were banging on the concrete, breaking up, taking that over, and tossing that down onto those cars. We saw they broke out the back window of one of those CHP cars. Yeah. And throwing over those scooters and all that.
And those scooters are extremely heavy, and they were doing a tremendous amount of damage to some of those sheriff's vehicles. Some of those vehicles were totaled.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. And then also tomorrow, if you have to take the 101, definitely watch us here for the early morning news, see how traffic is doing at that hour, because there were so many projectiles and also glass, and we have to see if the 101, it was southbound, will be open by business hours tomorrow morning. So that's a big consideration getting into work if you work in downtown Los Angeles on Monday morning.
Yeah, and that 101, the real sort of hot spot, if you will, is between Los Angeles and Alameda. And I have to imagine that some of those cars, all that traffic we're seeing in and around where Jamie Chambers is over at, Cesar Chavez in Maine, if some of those had to get off the freeway because that portion of the freeway is shut down. So they may just be, these innocent, unsuspecting people, trying to get home or wherever they need to be tonight. Now, we've had a team of reporters, on the ground covering this important story for us in downtown Los Angeles. And we're now going to go to our Rachel Menitoff, who is live for us. Rachel, if you can please let us know where you're at and what you're seeing from your vantage point. I don't know if you're by any of these fires that are breaking out in downtown LA.
We're at Alameda and Los Angeles Street. We're not near any of the fires that you mentioned. I can show you what we're seeing. LAPD continues to reinforce the perimeter around here. You can see this skirmish line over here, and then they are taking a defensive tactic on the 101 freeway. Earlier, we saw hundreds of protesters storm the 101 southbound freeway, which remains closed. And you can see that officers are lined up. Dozens of officers are lined up on the on-ramp over here, trying to make sure that no one else gets on the freeway. It took them a long time to push the crowds back off of the freeway. We heard tonight they made 17 arrests here. CHP made 17 arrests on the 101 freeway, people who refused to leave the area, people who were throwing projectiles at LAPD officers. Those cars in the distance under the bridge sustained a lot of damage. People were throwing rocks. I heard you mention people took hammers and were chiseling some of the concrete near the federal building, and they were throwing those as projectiles. So it became a really dangerous situation. Chief Jim McDonnell called the violence disgusting. He says that his officers are putting their lives on the line and have been in some really dangerous situations. Earlier today, we saw a lot of those homemade commercial fireworks. He said that these can be deadly, and people were firing them off at the officers over here. And so he condemned the violence. He said, you're allowed to protest peacefully. Everyone has First Amendment rights, but it is not okay to engage in violence. For the most part, though, this area, which was the origin of those protests, has cleared out. But we are seeing LAPD officers reinforcing those boundaries and still taking a defensive stance to prevent people from returning. You know, a lot of times we see sort of this cat and mouse game where people are pushed further back, but then they return. And it seems as though LAPD is trying to prevent something like that from happening.
Yeah, and one of the problems when they call a tactical alert like they did earlier today, that brings all the reinforcements to the downtown area, but then the rest of the neighborhoods around LA suffer because the calls they're putting in for what may be an emergency in their neighborhood or their home, the response to that suddenly becomes lengthy, and people are put in danger because of what is happening in the downtown area. And again, you see the fire that was lit in the middle of this intersection here. That may be a car that's burning. It's hard to tell from this location. Sky 5 has been up and around downtown. That looks like a dumpster.
Yeah,
That's
I think it's a
dumpster
dumpster
fire. They've been pulling just about anything really that they can get their hands on as they move down the streets. The dumpsters. We also see the. This is another couple of cars doing donuts in there.
Well, this one's.
And this is just
doing donuts. I don't know if they're trying to get away or if this is a deliberate, you know, one of those like the street takeover type deals.
This is just
oh my goodness gracious,
silly vandalism and
wow. This is what we've had our local, our state, and our federal leaders asking.
Viewer discretion.
Don't do this. They're doing exactly what we saw Mayor Bass out here pleading with people. You know. To be peaceful.
And now he's driving crazy.
Yeah,
somebody's going to get hurt.
And she did not mince words. I mean, she then said, you cannot have any violence or vandalism. You have Nathan Hochman, our LA County DA. He also came out, did not mince words, that you will be punished for these types of acts that we are all witnessing on our screen right now.
So that's the trains. Is that Grand Central?
It's down by Grand
Right by,
yeah.
You know, that whole area.
This could be a vehicle that this person might have stolen.
I'm thinking.
Rocks. I think they're about to go into this Chevron and take it over. They've been throwing rocks at passing cars. There's a car on fire about maybe 100 yards from where we are, maybe 50 yards from where we are. Ooh. I don't know what's going on here, but
oh, let's go to the chopper.
I think the police are headed here because they see that.
Yeah, someone is doing donuts in the middle of the roadway there, a minivan.
And they're throwing rocks at the minivan.
Yes, and they're about to overtake this Chevron, I believe, because they've been throwing rocks and such into it, trying to break into it. This is a much younger crowd, I will note, a much younger crowd than the crowd that we first encountered when we first got on the scene with the demonstrators. A lot of amped up young teenagers around here and young men.
There is a minivan, Lori, that we're keeping our eye on that was doing donuts in reverse and now is driving very erratically. That person also throwing things out of the window. Take a look. They're trying to make their way into the Placita.
We're a little bit blocked right now because we can't see what's going on the other side of that building. So I'm not sure if this guy in the vehicle stopped or if he continued on. Zoom back in, left, Rob. I think that's him right there. Yeah. Okay. Not not him. So we just kind of saw this out of the corner of our eye, and I'm not sure if this guy is agitated by the protesters or was with the protesters, but then we saw him doing these backwards donuts, and then other individuals started throwing rocks at this vehicle as he continued doing those donuts at high speeds. Now you see a crowd racing to the east, looks like maybe to the west. There he is now. There he is now, continuing to drive extremely erratically. I'm really worried that this person is going to drive so fast that he's going to run somebody over, because there's just so many pedestrians running around, so many people with their phones out. This guy's already hit multiple things. You see the bumper damage, almost hitting that vehicle head on, and people are continuing to throw rocks at him. This is Alameda and Cesar Chavez. I think that guy was trying to go up to the driver's door. More people throwing things at this vehicle. Again, we don't know the connection this vehicle has to this protest, if any, if he was just in the area and got upset, or if somebody may have hit the vehicle and that sparked him. But this appears to be an individual that is upset, is unstable, and is now driving at a high rate of speed around the Chinatown area and Olvera Street. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this one. He's out. Reversing now. Oh no! Oh no! I thought he was going to hit the motorcycle. Yeah, yeah. This person is clearly upset and just driving erratically, not in any sort of mental state. That's going to be a part of Union Station, and I'm not sure if we're able to get Air 7 on the other side of that, but we may. Okay, that's the vehicle right there, continuing in and around. Yep. This may be an enclosed area. This may be some kind of a. Oh, those are the railroad tracks. Newscopter here. Yeah. Yeah, that's the tracks. Bigness and Botchet. Bigness and Botchet. Boucher. You could put the.
Also saw him, looked like right by the 101 there, by one of the overpasses when he was doing all those donuts as a bunch of the protesters, throwing rocks at him. That back window, you can't see from this angle, but that back window is no longer there. One of the rocks took that out. And then he went over to Olvera Street. He was driving erratically there, went up onto a sidewalk. Remember, the woman was crossing that sidewalk. He almost got that poor woman. And it's just unclear what this person is thinking, what this person is doing.
He may be looking for a target. We don't know at this point.
All right, I got newscopter behind us. Yeah, Mark, this is Cesar Chavez. He appears to be northbound on Cesar Chavez on Gallardo Street. And, you know, we've seen situations to almost purposefully hit other drivers, and that's the really scary part here. We are actually switching out helicopters, so you're going to see my picture in the helicopter that I'm in get a little further away, and we have our other Air 7 on the scene as well, trying to locate this vehicle, but it is definitely a scary situation for anybody that's in the downtown area right now.
They might be going to address the situation by the fire over here. Not put it out, but address whoever's throwing things into it. You know, one thing I want to mention, too, when I was out here last night, I was talking to one of the organizers of a protest that was happening yesterday, and I had asked, I said, are the people here, are they being flown in from other states? Because that's something that can happen, you know, in past protests I've covered. That's when I was in Atlanta. People were being flown in to be disruptive, and he told me yesterday, no, everyone here, they're Angelenos. Now, I don't know if that's the same case for tonight, if these are agitators being brought in from different cities, different states, or if they're just people that are very upset, and that's what we're seeing here. It's hard to say right now, but that's something to keep in mind as well, because that's something I've noticed in reporting in other states, that people can be flown in from, as I said, different cities, different states, to cause this type of disruption that we're seeing tonight.
Yeah, and we're just keeping an eye on that fire there as it's still going, but that law enforcement movement, at least toward that area. Let's see if it makes a significant difference moving forward. Lauren, in the meantime, we're still keeping an eye on that minivan because it's been going in a sort of...
It's going in a circle here, right?
Yeah.
They're circling back to Olvera Street now.
Well, it has moved actually kind of a little bit further east. So they're actually kind of over like, nearest like Mariachi Plaza. So we did get away from where the rest of the protesters were, but look at this. Man. I mean,
This
this is
person
nuts.
driving incredibly erratic, and you know, law enforcement already has their hands full in this area. So at this point, we're just hoping they stay away from people. But blowing through intersections here, you can see front end damage almost hitting that vehicle, and you know, we're gonna keep our eye on that. We don't know who this person is, but we did see them head over towards Olvera Street, where they then went into the park. They're now in the East LA area. And so that was a very dangerous situation. Some of those demonstrators even tried to
chase after
that minivan.
Throwing items at the minivan as well. I mean, that's what a few...
that was really...
Window, because then he started lobbing things back out of the car.
Is this the vehicle stopped? Like he drove home? And it's, you know, I don't know if this person got caught up. There he is right there, shirt off. Oh, please don't get back in the car.
Yeah, that's the guy that we watched try to move a dumpster unsuccessfully.
I mean, he's got a sense that there is this helicopter overhead. It's you know, it's not overly warm out tonight to be without a shirt on in LA. It does cool down at night, so that is bizarre in itself. But obviously the guy pulled over, parked the vehicle in a normal fashion, and perhaps he is out of the vehicle and he's done driving. Let that be. This is very bizarre.
It's very bizarre indeed. So now he's gone into the back. What is he doing? He's pulling out, oh, I just need to shake this shirt or jacket or something, because now I'm going to put on my jacket. Meantime, he left the driver's side door open. Oh, so he, you know, the reason why, likely, that he's shaking that out is because I'm pretty sure the window on the driver's side was broken
Left
at
the door,
least.
Left the door open. Oh no, getting into another vehicle.
Oh, that's
All right,
interesting.
so I'm sensing this person has no, they're just opening car doors. Is this their vehicle?
So he was shaking out that jacket, I believe, because it was full of shattered glass from the window. But what is that? So that car is on, and he decided to open the door and throw that jacket in. Meantime, he did leave the door open on the driver's side.
He's talking,
approaching somebody.
Police.
Oh,
Okay,
police are involved. They
Police
are indeed aware and involved.
Well, this is a good thing. If they were watching our coverage here on Fox 11, we had it all. So police have stopped this guy from getting behind the wheel of that second vehicle or back behind his own vehicle. Now they can question him to say, who are you and what the heck were you doing?
What were you doing? And now we have an idea of specifically where he is. Vanna Street and East 1st Street. So just outside the downtown Los Angeles area. It's odd. He was not very, he didn't resist arrest. He didn't seem all that surprised either. The police suddenly came upon him. Meantime, the woman that he was talking to, police are saying, no, you need to back up. You need to back up. And she looks like she's objecting to all of this.
I'm not sure. Is she? No, she seems to be talking with that officer. Okay, they're back.
But meantime, he's like, everybody's got to back up. Everybody's got to back up.
Yeah. Well,
he looks like he's a sheriff's deputy, not LAPD.
Again, it's not an overly warm night to be on the streets like that in shorts with no shirt, and that behavior, you have to wonder about that behavior. Obviously some damage to the vehicle. Talking with people on our team who actually have a better viewpoint of this, he definitely did hit a bicyclist or sideswipe a bicyclist in some fashion, hoping that person is okay. That was after that bizarre behavior of doing those donuts in reverse in the middle of an intersection there.
All right, should we go back to Matthew Seedorf and see what the situation is near City Hall? You see a lot more sheriff's deputies in that skirmish line there.
It's not on IFB, stand by.
And we have been watching as more LASD deputies have arrived on scene. That's in part to relieve the LAPD. Some of their officers, I'm sure, have been working long hours. So it was time to bring in some extra resources and personnel power. Still seeing fireworks go off as well. So clearly the people that are just past City Hall, and we noticed that there was an attempt to create sort of a bonfire in the middle of the street. Meantime, that is a lot of sheriff's deputies that have now come in right there in downtown Los Angeles.
It is a Sunday night, and perhaps they're trying to regain control of the downtown area as we head into a new work week. It's going to be an unpredictable work week. We don't know about the National Guard called up by President Trump. We are back now on the scene of that driver. Look at the damage there of the car, who was driving so erratically in the midst of people who are out there on the street at this late night hour. The demonstrators, as we're calling them, don't know this guy's motive. Obviously, this could have ended very badly as the people were throwing rocks at this vehicle as he was driving so dangerously amidst people there.
Oh, quite a few patrol cars have now arrived at the scene, and we were watching a deputy as he goes into the vehicle searching for what? We don't know, evidence, whatever, anything that will bolster the case against that driver. Although, frankly, probably the best evidence will be the Skyfox video, where you could see all of his moves, all of his reckless maneuvers outside of downtown LA, towards Chinatown, towards Olvera Street, into that plaza area where cars are not supposed to drive. And then he winds up here at this location near East 1st Street and Vanna. And that other vehicle that was involved, I don't know if law enforcement would know that he actually threw something into another truck rather. Okay, Matthew Seedorf, he is back with us now. Matthew, you've decided to add your mask. Is that because there's a lot of smoke and tear gas being thrown about?
Yeah, we're right in front of City Hall still. The protesters kind of push back towards City Hall. So there's this skirmish line with LASD here trying to hold them where they're at on 1st Street. We're trying to stay out of their way here. And they are, you can see the fire at the end of the street right now. They are firing those non-lethals, those flashbangs, and they warned us that there will be gas, as there's one right now. So there's going to be some tear gas here momentarily that they are firing across the street. Yeah, you can just see all the protesters over there, and on the other line of this law enforcement, and just flames, and it's pretty chaotic right now as they're trying to put an end to this right now.
Yeah, they've got that bonfire going there, Matthew, and they've successfully kept it lit for a while, but those flashbangs, that is no joke. And the flashbangs and the smoke can be quite helpful in trying to disperse a crowd. Wow.
Yeah, those flashbangs are really loud. The smoke is very successful, and we did see an alert from LAPD that essentially all the agitators at this point have split off into separate groups around downtown LA. It was warning people in the area to be careful of those agitators and possibly causing damage in the area. The Sheriff's Department was called in here to assist with the LAPD outside of City Hall, as there were protesters that were trying to barricade themselves on this street out front of City Hall. As right now we're following this skirmish line. They're trying to push the protesters further back. You can see the fire is still going on as well.
Matthew, as we watch there, that skirmish line able to make some progress and move forward there, paint the picture where City Hall is. Is it behind you, in front of you? Where is City Hall in relation to this?
Yeah, so City Hall is right here. So we are right next to City Hall where this is happening. And then that's 1st Street where all this is taking place. So the protesters essentially got pushed back about an hour ago, and now they're coming back this direction. The Sheriff's Department is trying to hold the line and firing those non-lethals. Look at this. I mean, I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, we can hear it. Well, it makes sense.
Flash.
They would want to keep the crowd away from City Hall and hold that line and push them back, and hopefully people will disperse as the night goes on and they get tired and they, call it a day kind of thing. But it is quite a scene, so we can just listen in for a minute here as you show us the scene.
Wow. And by the way, flashbangs, they do have a tail, and you can see them fly through the air, but they don't explode into fireworks like what we just saw. It was almost as if an agitator had decided, oh, well, I'm going to answer your flashbang with this green firework. I don't know if you noticed that, Matthew.
We just had a flashbang go off very close to us. My left ear is ringing from it. They're making us push back a little bit. Right now, it's hard to distinguish what is fireworks and flashbangs because we're seeing a little bit of mixture of both. Very close to LAPD headquarters, though, just for reference, here outside of City Hall, where this is taking place. And there's also just an immense amount of traffic. I mean, people. You think about what time it is, 9:30 on a Sunday night. All the cars in the area, there's the massive scene taking place. Not normal at all.
I think there's a big looky-loo factor, and people want to get their Instagram video or their shot or to witness things and live it through things that are happening, experiencing things. But really, if you don't need to be in downtown LA, this is an area to avoid because these crowds can be on the move. Police can be on the move. But right now, it looks like this line, Matthew, is designed to hold on.
time.
Andrew Bowman.
Watching on X.
What's
You
up?
guys are amazing.
You ready for HHN? Are you going to make it to Vegas or you haven't decided yet? They got
And
shot,
you heard it here
but they
first.
done shooting,
Inside
so now we go back.
hotel from Fort Pendleton itself. They are on
called
standby.
The Cycle.
On standby. They're getting ready to go. You heard it here first on X.
Willie, please don't fight with the the crazy people in the chat.
You
guys know Modelo works on pepper spray.
A new
Does it?
post from the FBI Director Cash Patel. Just so we are clear, this
I'm feeling it a little bit right now.
needs no one's permission to enforce
A little
the
pepper
execute.
sprayed.
My responsibility is to the American people, not political punchline. LA is under siege by marauding criminals, and we will
I have a
restore
little-
law and order. I am not asking.
I'm a lot
you.
pepper sprayed.
I am telling you. Post 7 minutes from FBI Director Cash Patel.
Yeah. If you're a regular here, please just ignore the crazy people. They won't be back the next time we stream from a concert. They're not going to be here. Just please survive so I can have you as my friend. And the next time we do something more regular. Yeah, but we have to block thousands of people. And I mean, we could. I'll just lose all those viewers. We'll lose like 500 viewers. Andrew Bowman. We already have 2. We're going to have 3 now.
Thank you, guys.
TK. Thank you, TK. Willie Nelson, have you been watching that long? We were supposed to go on a Disney cruise. Amber Cummings. Yeah, just ignore them. Oh, I don't want to block like 500 people. Let them watch. I mean, they're crazy. Let's try it this time. Maybe by next time we'll just start blocking them all. I don't know. Work with me this time. Do you have any just regular masks?
Yeah,
like a thin one?
Here.
Okay. I put this on. I put this on when it gets bad, but the rest of the time I want this.
You good? You need, I got granola bars and water too.
I get to use a granola bar if you don't mind. Thank you.
Of course.
We're on YouTube. SoCal Shorts. Do you want one back?
No, take it.
Okay, I'll take a both. Somebody will take it from me.
Yeah.
But normally we do like fairs and concerts.
Yeah.
But this was too much just to sit around for.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Look at the protest once every 5 years.
Somebody gave me a granola bar and a little mask.
Nobody on X, thank you. Thank you, Random Apple 760. Thank you for watching.
Yes. Okay. I had a granola bar about an hour ago. I did have lunch on the way up, but I have not had dinner. And lunch was a while ago.
Just a lot to keep track of right now as law enforcement and just a scattering of protesters and demonstrators are all over the place right now.
Yeah, we want to go back out to our Lauren Posen, who is on near 1st and Spring Lauren, can you tell us what you're seeing? Is that fire still growing there?
Yeah, yes, the fire is still growing, but I turned my head for 1 second, and then I turned back again, and then I noticed that someone tagged in front of all these officers the signage in front of LAPD. We can't show you all that it says, but it starts with it says all cops, and then I'm not going to repeat the rest of it, but it is right in front of LAPD headquarters there, and again, right in front of all these officers, too. They were able to tag the building there. Now, I am noticing, okay, they're just doing a switch out. But again, yes, the fire, it is still growing. It's still there. We're seeing a lot of hearing and seeing a lot of honking, a lot of people still down here. Not sure what everyone's role is down here, if they're just here just to take this all in or if they're part of the demonstration. I'm not sure. But that fire does seem to be gaining some energy, a block from... Oh, and there's another firework. I should say, too, we did see a coyote that was in here, and he got scared by all this too. So for the people that are passionate about animals, there are animals down here. There's people that live downtown that have dogs and cats and animals, and fireworks are not good for them, as we talk about this every 4th of July. Plus you have all this going on here too with it's really just quite a mess down here. I can't stress that enough. A mess and a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, Lauren, because you have so many people, you're commenting on the number of folks with dogs and everything else. We've seen a number of them walking their dogs, and in some cases, when we were drawing attention earlier to the minivan that was going awry and a driver being incredibly reckless around the area, there were people walking their dogs and going about their night as normal, and that's blending into the situation that we're all monitoring, which is lines and rows of law enforcement established on street corners and on intersections, and then protesters that are nowhere near the size of what we saw when it was earlier in the afternoon.
No, this is going to be down on Alameda. This is going to be down by the federal buildings in the detention center by ICE. That's where it's centrally located at.
Creeping up.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's these pockets that are the problem tonight, right? And it's just a small, well, at least where I'm at, a relatively small group of people that's causing a lot of disruption here. And I wish I could see who's throwing off these fireworks, but I just, I think they throw them and run. But we can't see from where we are, because again, it's dark, and it's dark down here.
Lauren, really quickly, left side of your screen, this is at LA Live. There's a fight in the middle of the street, and somebody is on the ground, and they are attacking that person.
That person in that mini bike, right?
Yeah, and I can't tell. I don't know where that. Did they get up? I can't tell for sure.
Yeah, they got up, and someone's coming back and swinging on them again. They're going to try to break it up there.
And this is that LA Live location that I was telling you about.
You can hear the sirens there.
Yeah, and the person getting up there seems a little wobbly, obviously. Oh, no, and then hit by, it looked like somebody else, too.
Yeah.
You're hoping that they can just get
best to get out, yeah.
But he's clearly injured and is not, wasn't doing a good job of getting out of there. I mean, and you look, and what's disturbing, and I saw it just now in the chopper shot, I saw it earlier, is so many smiles on faces down there. I mean, people think this is funny. They think that they're having a great time down there as they pummel that person in the middle of the road, start fires in the street. It's just really, it's not, whatever message anybody was trying to convey earlier is certainly not being conveyed now.
No, and if anything, the difference is even more stark, right? Because you saw so many people protesting with signs and with flags and doing it peacefully and lawfully, but it's those moments of severe agitation and reaction, like throwing rocks and scooters and concrete and fireworks, and then bleeding off into these moments here where it's just so obvious that one is wildly different than the other and doesn't represent what the majority of people are doing. However, with that said, it still becomes incredibly dangerous and serious to monitor and to take care of.
Law, including, apparently the DA says he will consider filing felony charges, and of course you could find yourself up against federal charges as well, or in exchange for the local charges.
So again, we have our Skyfox right now over downtown LA, where we have been witnessing pockets of demonstrators, people still taking to the streets after 3 days of protests against Homeland Security and the ICE raids here in Southern California. This is again Sunday night here in Southern California. And as people are watching, as we know they do because we get responses on our Facebook page, etc., they watch from other parts of the country, other parts of the world. We are streaming live on the Fox Local app is another place to always find us and our coverage.
You know, well, there's a video on, I think it's Channel 2 News. I'll send it to you. Call the helicopter. Come save my life. I thought my brains were coming out of my head or something. No. I think if you watch the video, Selkovitz, it may have been a Molotov cocktail, but it clearly projects out of the fire. You can see it on the video. It comes straight to my head and take me out. She's I don't know what that is. 5,000 G's. I got 5,000 G's. I got 5,000. I don't know what the heck a G is. But thank you so much. I hope you'll watch our stuff again. We do a lot of concerts. We do fairs. We do all kinds of things. Thank you so much.
Bikes at this LAPD vehicle that's coming by here.
Got out of there pretty quickly, though.
Oh, yeah. And that's what you heard the chief talk about earlier when they try to form what are called mobile field forces. That's where they get a group of officers to go all in at once, because you have that situation where you have one officer or one patrol car with 2 officers inside, and they were very, very quickly, attacked by these people in the street. So that's why they don't like to send that just single patrol car into situations like this, and they want to deal with it with a mobile field force or a different, more significant amount of resources.
And you wonder that patrol car probably not responding to the situation, right? They continued to make their way through.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure, but and another one making their way through, and we're going to monitor if they're able to.
There's more fireworks on the right side of your screen there go off. Yeah, no, it's a reminder of what we saw just about 24 hours ago, just last night, when there was one single law enforcement vehicle left alone after they started to clear out in front of the Federal Detention Center, at least in that part of downtown LA, and one was left by itself and tried to make a right onto traffic as opposed to reversing out with the rest of them. And then we saw a large group of people surround that vehicle, try to open doors, throw things at the back windshield, at the front windshield.
They were able to. A large object at the back windshield, shattered it.
And it just became incredibly dangerous for that one single vehicle. And this is what this moment reminded me of just now.
Yeah, you hope that this officer is prepared to leave this area. You see them backing up now, and that is something that they're going to want to do, because we've seen crowds surround the vehicle, and we're hoping.
The scary part is obviously with traffic and then this large group of people, because now it almost feels like it could get surrounded at any moment.
Look, they're throwing stuff now at the vehicle.
Oh,
and here's the thing, some people will stand in front of it and not let the officer move by.
If these guys get boxed in, that's going to be a really bad situation. So I would assume some incident commander is going to notify these patrol units to stay out of this area until they can get a mobile field force or some other group in here to deal with this. What is on? Looks like two different groups on the.
Yeah, I was trying to make out who that was, but it looks like possibly more demonstrators there.
And really
lined up near Pico Boulevard.
Stretching into essentially every lane of traffic right now. I mean, you hear the honking from other vehicles just trying to make it through right now as they continue their march over there. You even hear some more in the background. Hard to tell if that was fireworks or something else, but things certainly still fluid at the moment. And you just fingers crossed and hope for the best that nothing serious happens. But every time we say that, then something else sort of picks back up. So, of course, we'll continue to keep an eye on this right now. As a reminder that LAPD did declare an unlawful assembly in all of downtown LA. So that's why it feels a little bit more scattered right now as crowds and groups that were there just start fanning out a little bit more to LA Live and beyond. So with that, let's get back to Lauren Posen, who's been monitoring the situation right now. Lauren, it's hard to tell from your shot. Is that fire still going? Is it out, or what's the situation that you're looking at right now?
Gio, from where I'm at right now, it looks like it might be out, but I don't want to say 100% on that because I can't fully see it. I still see some flames. There's a little bit of flames in the distance there, not as big as before, but there's also a whole bunch of people kind of standing around, so it's hard to tell. There's been an extreme amount of fireworks the last 3 minutes here, people just shooting them off again and really just kind of jolting everyone. LAPD, the signage has been tagged. This done in front of a row of officers here on motorcycle bikes. The entire downtown here by headquarters. I'm looking at the building right across from the headquarters. That's tagged. The sidewalks are tagged. Everything is tagged. We can't show you what the tagging looks like because there's bad language on it, but I'm sure you can imagine what it says there. Just a very it's weird because, traffic is moving. So, like, on one hand, you think, okay, well, it's almost back to normal, but it's not because you have all this chaos kind of going around you here. And especially, there's another firework going to go off here. They just threw it. See, there's a group of people on the side of the street there. It's a big group of them, and they're still congregated over there, and they seem to be the ones that are throwing off these fireworks into moving traffic. There we go.
Yeah,
there's another one,
there.
too. Again, it's hard to tell what's being amplified. If it's because we're downtown, that's what making it sound louder, or what. But I mean, it's very, very loud. And then you have, on top of that, you have the sirens going off too. We have choppers still above us. And then there's also, like right now, it's almost like eerie moments of quiet. Well, I say that and there's more poppers going off, but it gets quiet, but then it gets loud again. It's a really, as you've been saying all night, it's a fluid situation here, but it's definitely not over because there's still these pockets of people wanting to be disruptive. I mean, let's call it like it is here. They're being disruptive. They're putting fireworks into the road. They are setting things on fire. This is not what the governor and the mayor has expressed they want to see. They want people to protest peacefully, and I think that we've gone beyond that this evening.
Certainly, especially in those pockets. You hear it again there in the background. I mean, that group is still huddled around that same area. You've been keeping an eye on, Lauren, and then on the left side of your screen, for those watching at home, you have this large congregation of folks just continuing to move through traffic, as if they are the cars in the road, and inching its way forward. Hard to tell exactly where they're going, or we don't know where they'll end up, but there's another large bang in the background. Is that more fireworks?
Oh, wow. Yes. Yeah, they're fireworks, and I see now there's people right in the park over here. They're shooting from the back, and they're throwing them to where the cars are. And see, the problem, there's another one. I mean, they are just like launching them. I don't know if you can launch I don't know how they're doing it, but they are launching them.
And with it being the weekend, it also allowed people time to decide they wanted to come down and make some kind of statement in one way or another.
Yeah,
Matt, go ahead.
Well, Matthew had pointed out, too, that there was a little bit more organization on day 3, that there was a lot of social media announcements that there would be this kind of demonstration in downtown Los Angeles. So there was definitely that. But when you think about what the governor had to say, what the mayor had to say, where they felt like calling in the National Guard was only going to stoke the situation and, and make things worse. So they were really dismissive and disapproving of the fact that the president had brought in or called for the California National Guard to be federalized.
So, Matt, it looks like the Sheriff's Department was trying to push the crowd back. Then they kind of moved back to their position of holding that line there to protect City Hall. Can you sense that it did help to disperse more of the crowd there?
Yeah, it seemed like they pushed back. Someone might have, I didn't catch what it was, but I heard like what sounded like a bottle that cracked or popped. And immediately after that, I saw a little bit of flames. And then moments later, the sheriff's deputies pushed back closer to where we are right now. So I'm not exactly sure what that was that possibly was thrown at them. But now their line is where we're standing right now. And you can see, again, those agitators, those protesters right at the edge of the street there, still yelling at the sheriff's deputies where we're standing.
Well, we are coming up on our 10 o'clock hour. Normally it's a newscast anchored by Susan Hirasuno, but given the length of coverage throughout the day and the night, and last night going so long, my colleague Alex Michelson is going to swap in for me, and I'm going to step down here and allow the two of them to continue our coverage. Again, a pretty wild night here in Southern California with the Sheriff's Department there on the streets in that gear, with people on the streets there in many locations, or at least two locations, given our cameras right there. You have that aerial shot there of a different location of people there on the streets. I know as I head home, not an area I'm going to go to downtown, an area to definitely avoid. But again, we saw law enforcement gain back control of the 101 freeway, and now you have just a pretty small crowd there on the streets as we start to head into a new work week here in Southern California. Noting it's a big week. We had Pride Festival, LA Pride, this past weekend, the BET experience as well, and now we've got Club World Cups. We've got some major soccer happening in Southern California and LA as well. So quite the night. Alex, you were there on the scene talking with the mayor and the governor, and we'll bring you in for our 10 o'clock coverage for the update on that as well.
Let me just do a little bit of a reset here.
Sure.
It's 9:58 in the evening. Typically, we would start the Fox 11 10 o'clock news. And again, solo anchored by Susan Hirasuno, but I'm grateful.
Know that there's people right here. Yeah, I mean, if they can tell. I don't know, they're on like the top floor of the building. Trick Runner, they went past. Are you out here, Trick Runner? Yeah, out on the front, on the 6th floor, there's 3 people looking out of this building. I don't know if they know that these people are coming in this way or not. You sell your footage or you post it somewhere?
I post it on my Facebook and stuff like that.
On Facebook, okay.
Yeah.
I used to have a Facebook. We're on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, I was on YouTube too, but I just...
Okay. Facebook's good.
I got more people on Facebook.
Right? It works. It's a good platform.
Right.
Right? Nobody's really copied it. Right? But
Everybody's the same.
I got locked out of mine. I gotta get a new one.
Oh yeah, they're getting that now.
I don't know if I want to go up here and see this or not. Here you go. They can always tell us no. I had one guy tell me no yet Friday. He was like, come put his hand in front of the thing. He wouldn't say nothing, but he just put his hand in front.
Hey, watch the white van! I mean, like, 12 in the van, okay. They have messages. People with cameras, don't criminalize people.
You don't want this on there?
People with cameras, don't criminalize people.
We'll go this way. Oh, I got you.
Burn that bitch! Burn that motherfucker! Burn that shit! Burn it! Light that shit up, man! Burn that bitch! Fuck you, breathing.
What kind of building is this? Can anybody tell? I don't know what kind of building it is.
He said we're gonna get a lot more.
Whatever kind of building it is, it definitely sounds like they're breaking glass around it.
I don't think they're coming for a building.
I think it would depend on the building. Definitely breaking the window. Oh no, I wouldn't want to be anywhere in downtown LA. Nobody is absolutely right. Not only would I not want to be in that building, I wouldn't even want to be downtown LA right now. It's definitely the whole thing and vast. Oh, it's California. They're not armed. No one in that building is armed. It's after 5 o'clock, and it's California. That was a big crash. Yes, I live in Nevada, so it's a constitutional carry here. So kind of open carry. You don't have to have a concealed weapon permit. You can actually carry them on your hip here, but not in California.
That surprised everybody. They're still sitting in a task force. They're pretty quick about it too. I mean, that wasn't, 10 minutes.
Oh, they'll just buy more fireworks. They're legal to buy in Nevada. So they come across the state line, buy them in Nevada, and then take them back to LA and just this crap with it up. I'm 80% sure that's what happened.
They're actually pretty quick. They only were over there about 10 minutes. Surprising. What's that? Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they were going to come at all. But they came. When shines her light on that press lady, she runs away.
Yeah, I've never been to Cali for the 4th. I've stayed here. I got in-laws, so they don't like fireworks. Looks like they're getting ready to turn stuff up.
Linda B. We're okay right now, Linda B. The other side was crazy.
How you doing?
Good, good. I didn't think they'd come for that building.
Huh?
I didn't think they'd come to save that building.
It's the police department. I was thinking, like, where are these guys?
Were you?
Okay, if they put that on fire, look at these people.
That's crazy.
Those are cops.
Are they?
Yeah, they would have murdered those people.
I don't. I was up there. I was like, do they know that the building's getting smashed?
Because the cops are right over there doing that.
Are they?
It's like, it's not a CVS. You know, it's like a fucking.
I was trying to figure out what kind of building it is.
Yeah. Here, I'll get it. Oh, right on.
Pretend like I'm crap.
It's yeah, dude. I mean, there's no fucking rules to press anymore. You know, I have like my cards and everything. I don't use them here.
Right.
You know?
They don't check for it real often as long as you stay out of the way.
No, I mean honestly, like the less professional you look in these situations, the better.
Oh yeah.
Like as long as I have my high vis on,
So
like,
I'm
they
good
know
right
I'm
now.
not just they know I'm
Right. Yeah, they a little. I think it was a Molotov. got me. I was far away too.
From a Molotov?
Yeah, it's
From
7
one of
stitches down at the way it was in a big fire pit. You can see it on the news. I'll show you the clip if you want to see it.
Are guarding federal property because that's their main goal right now, and that part of the challenge has been that so many people were focused on the national. This is something that Governor Newsom said, that so many people were so focused on the National Guard as a target that they actually had to use the CHP and the LAPD to protect the National Guard. Because they have, the signs on there that say National Guard, but they have mostly been stationing them near federal property to try to help the federal immigration process as well. And we have not seen them in the streets of LA keeping order, which we have in the past. I mean, you bring up a good point, and you think about 2020 when we had those riots and there was some controversy of when the National Guard should be pulled in. Some thought they should have been called in earlier, but when they did arrive, they helped to restore order. We saw them after the fires.
After the fires,
the National Guard came in. Both of those instances, the governor approved it and called for it. That's the big difference.
And lauded them for their duty.
Right. And now the National Guard are in, and the governor doesn't want them to be there. But part of the question, this is something I talked about with Governor Newsom earlier, now they're here, how can't we use them more effectively, or can't they be helpful? And he kind of didn't really take that premise. Yeah. But that is one of the things as we continue to look at live pictures. And there's a lot of people that look at this and just wonder why is sort of aimless lawlessness allowed? And is from a strategic perspective, does it make sense to try to cramp down on these people to send a message, or is that actually antagonize them even more, so you let them blow off their steam, get their stuff out of the system, and then
as long as they're not destructive,
they go home on their own.
Yeah.
And
all right.
That's some of the question now.
Well, just a few hours ago, LAPD's police chief held a news conference to address all the disruption downtown and the police response. Chief Jim McDonnell blamed the violence on a specific group.
When I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their.
On the cloud.
It's not like you pay dues to Antifa National. 6 to 8 weeks, you get one in the mail. So you guys sell this stuff to the news or what?
I'm live on YouTube, but I saw the guys with pop yesterday. I didn't look close enough to know anything about them.
You're lying?
But yeah, I'm lying. But I think they probably was. The Molotovs probably came from him. Tracy, thank you, Tracy. We're still over there.
I wonder if it's going on tomorrow too. Then.
Oh, it's going to keep going on until Trump says no more ICE, and he's not going to say it. He's not going to say it. Yeah, this is going on for a little while. Who knows?
I bet 3 or 4. I mean, Minneapolis was 3 or 4.
It's already been 3 days.
This is their day. But this is the first day it got. Right? I think it was what? Pretty mild last night, right?
I mean, if someone gets killed, it's over. Like that's what Kenosha was.
That's what I was worried about with those CHP down in that tunnel trapped in there. I was like, they're gonna hurt one of them guys. And I don't think any of them actually want to. I don't think they actually want that.
Were you out here during the Dodgers stuff?
No, I was still just doing Disneyland at that time. I used to live stream at Disneyland. I got tired of Pirates of the Caribbean.
I bet if you're one of these helicopter pilots, though, you're having a lot of fun.
Right?
Fly through the city and shit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I love it.
Right.
The cops get to shoot protesters.
All these guys are having a good time.
Oh yeah.
You get to film it. The content creators get to film.
It's all fun until somebody's not here.
And I don't pay taxes anyway. And a good smell.
Oh my goodness. Okay, rewind and delete all of this part. Rewind and delete all of it.
So you said it was like a 20-minute walk over there?
I think I did it in 10. But I think it's a mile. But I walk about a mile.
Well, because all the choppers have their
But then-
spotlights pointed in that direction.
Yeah, apparently there's still being knuckles over there. It was dicey though, because where I walked through was almost cut off. Like I was walking
By
right,
cops?
yeah, by, well actually by the CHP, because the CHP was right there.
CBP. Customs.
No, CHP.
What's that?
Highway Patrol.
Oh.
They came in because they took over the street, but they were ready. They had like 50 highway patrol cars cruising all together before they took over the highway. And then when they took over the highway, but the highway patrol was hurting because they used just loud noises and no gas. They weren't using any mace. Tracy. Andrew Bowman, you're not supposed to say that political stuff in my chat. You're going to get people mad at you. Or maybe not. Maybe all those people got mad at me already. I know the crazy people do, but I'm trying to keep my friends from before. It's okay, laugh aloud. See, Willie's right with you. Willie, we're trying to keep you around here, but don't get too aggressive. They're secured this building. Okay. Where did my new friend go? Did they leave? They want to go to the other side. Maybe they went. Spacebound, I'm not sure. That's a judgment call. I know that I'm covering things that you're probably not going to see anywhere else. I mean, there's other people here, obviously, but they're not in the same spot as I am. But, hey! Thank you. G, what is up, G? ZA! ZA, thank you, ZA.
Thanks for finding me on X. I see you. Thank you for being here.
I had to go to the emergency room last night. ZA, I got 7 stitches in my forehead last night because I got hit with the shrapnel, and they put a $500, I should have tried to go in the morning and not go, but they put a $500 copay on me, and I so appreciate you for helping me with that. If you, I guess they lit that building on fire. They must have started a fire inside that building. Yeah.
Back up, back up, back up!
They're all nice until they yell at us.
Out of that area.
Yeah.
Meantime, as we're watching as these police officers, and you see the lime green, the fluorescent green barreled gun, that would be less than lethal type of a rifle or gun, and then the firefighters that are heading towards, we're not quite sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they go. You know, those barricades.
So they're heading towards the building.
Have been, and maybe there's a, who knows, hopefully a police officer, somebody's not hurt. You know, those barricades have gone up before in sort of the most tense situations. I remember being there on the night of Occupy LA when they brought that down and they had the barricades up. We saw the barricades there during the George Floyd situation set up around LAPD headquarters because, as you would imagine, police headquarters is a target for a lot of these people, some of whom believe that not only should ICE be abolished, but that the police itself should be abolished. And then sometimes they have a different opinion when crime happens in their neighborhood, but that's a whole other story. And so you see many of them often focus on the LAPD headquarters itself. And so they are defending that turf there. But as you would imagine,
And then they start burning it. Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw that. Right. They must have lit something on fire. I didn't know there was a police department. I had no idea it was the police department. But know they started it. I saw them start breaking in, but I didn't know they started a
Kind of
fire.
ruins the mood if you see a bored press guy walking through the shop.
Yeah, they
Oh no.
Was it that one up there?
I don't think they actually got it on fire. They threw fire in.
Maybe they're just going to check for fire.
Yeah, I bet they
It's
have to come.
preliminary, yeah.
Like, it's not like the fire department's going to be like, we'll come later.
Like, they don't know they came in from the other side.
Right.
The window broken when they came in. I think they go that way. They want to break more windows, that's why. Firemen love breaking windows. Yeah, they just check. They're used to it.
Yeah, there's no. But I mean, they can't, like, not show.
Yeah, not show their house. That's their house. That's the police station.
I had no idea when I first started breaking in that it was the police station.
Yeah.
I was like, what kind of building is that?
Damn.
That's funny.
Dude, imagine how much shit you'd have to get on. Like, look at how much gear they have. Like, I feel like I have a lot of gear.
Right.
Forget about that.
Yeah, they could get old after a day. So all that breaking and entering we just saw was the police station. I had no idea. That is crazy. Nate Dogg. Yeah, that was totally crazy. Rewind. I don't know if you were watching Nate Dogg, but if you rewind like 15 minutes, it was totally they want you to move. So they did treat me like press. They let me stand there when they didn't let the regular folks stand there. They know I'm not going to do anything to them. I'm live on YouTube. I'm not attacking the police. This is some kind of LAPD too. It says right on the front, police station. They have about 5 different offices, I think. So come yeah, maybe. I had my mask on. I had the mask on, but. Again, thank you so much to the super chats. Thank you so much. I really needed that. I'll show you my video from yesterday. I have enough battery for about 48 hours on me. I could keep going. So there's me at the ER yesterday. This is yesterday. Here's where I got hit. Here's where I'm hit. This is me yesterday.
Oh, jeez. Well, I'm glad you're all right.
I freaked out too because everybody just kept telling me, "Oh my God, what's wrong with you?" I'm by myself. I have nobody to tell me, "Okay, am I dying or am I okay?"
Head wounds will lead.
Right? Am I going to the hospital or am I dying before I get to the hospital? Or when I got to my car and looked at it, I was like, "I'm going back in." What am I talking about? I got 5,000 people watching. I'm going back over there. But they charged me $500. I wish I had tried to wait till the morning. I taped it up myself or something.
Yeah. I mean, with the head wounds,
probably better to go.
Probably better to be.
Yeah. They were quick. I was in and out in about 2 hours. They told me not to live stream, tried to kick me out of the hospital.
Oh, it's HIPAA. Yeah.
Right. I just put it in my bag and then brought it back out. It's like, okay, you can kick me out now.
It looks like this is just a dance party at this point.
A dance party? Do you want it? I'll show you the way I came across. Do you want to try and walk the same way?
It looks like this is
It's up. Actually, I think it's only one block.
Hey, fuck ice! Fuck ice!
She got her TikTok out. She got her TikTok out. I think I did come down the next one. I'm trying to remember.
The fact that they haven't closed this area to traffic is unbelievable.
Well, they have too many different areas. I think they got here and then they set down my Staples Center, crypto.
I'm not driving my car through this.
I drove around a little last night because it was just a little safer than being outside. But then I got hit, so I should have stayed in my car. They got a little dicey over there on this side too. They're kind of like eyeballing me like, do we really want you over here with us recording what we're doing?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm 11 times more scared.
Right. Oh yeah, oh totally. I had one come and cover my camera, but I know why, because another like super anti this movement channel was rebroadcasting my feed.
Oh, okay.
Oh. But they probably thought it was me saying all those crazy things, you know? But they ushered me out. Right. Free tennis shoes.
I gotta.
Okay. GK 421. Honestly, I would stay in my car. That's the safe way to do it. is it over there? Sounds like they're firing rubber bullets over here. Again, they've been doing that all night though, back and forth.
I got hit with one of those.
Did you?
But yeah, it's like it feels sort of like a wrestling.
The sign was dope. What did it say? I missed it. Tina, how's your leg? I know you got hit yesterday. Tracy? Yes. And technically it looks like you can walk around out here, except for those guys in front, I guess. They're not as concerned about the park as the front of the building. That was the police station. So.
This is what always makes me nervous, is people hanging out of windows. It's so dangerous.
It's going to fall out.
Yeah. That's what someone's going to get hurt.
They were doing donuts last night, doing donuts around the burned up car.
Yeah, that's the most dangerous shit. It's the drinking and it's the
right.
It's the driving like crazy.
Right. So I guess they close this down. No avenue.
Another one of these fires that has been set in downtown LA. This looks like a vehicle that's on fire. I want to ask you what was asked of Chief McDonald a couple of hours ago. Do you need the National Guard right now to quell this?
Anytime we ask for the National Guard, we go through a multi-step process. I'm going through that now. We obviously exhaust the resources from within the Sheriff's Department first. Then I start going to other agencies. That's exactly what I'm doing now. We have access to a lot of other law enforcement agencies. If at that time we still need additional resources, we will assess if we need to request the National Guard to come in here. We did that for the fires. Many of you saw that. It was very successful. And that is a tool in the toolbox that we're ready to use if necessary.
The last time, well, not the last time, but the last time it was for a law enforcement reason was during the unrest that occurred after the murder of George Floyd, and before that, 1992. And you go through those steps, and at the end of it, if things are still out of control, that's when you call the National Guard from a law enforcement perspective?
I wouldn't say, Mark, that we wait till it's out of control. We're continuously assessing what's going on. And please remember that for us at the LA County Sheriff's Department, we have an entire county to police. We're still getting 911 calls. We're providing
earlier, but now it's fully engulfed, as they say in fire speak.
A dumpster fire is a very appropriate thing to be describing this last few days in Southern California, and now we literally have a dumpster fire.
Jackson and Center so are we looking? What is lit up to the right? That's not a stadium, is it? Like a high school football stadium?
It looks like it may be. It looks more like train tracks, or possibly there, or some sort of industrial complex that we're looking at. This is sort of towards the outskirts, I think, of downtown Los Angeles, as we're looking now at some of the bridges. And it looks, at least at this hour, the good news is that the
people who all they do is go from unrest to unrest and cause problems. They wait for these sorts of situations to happen, and they go there with the intent of causing mayhem. What's your experience with that, and do you believe that's what's happening here?
I do agree with Chief Jim McDonald. He's been in this business a long time, as have I. Unfortunately for us in law enforcement, there are basically professional agitators and protesters. As you see, there are people that have legitimate reasons to protest, families, and we see that. Actually, that's the majority of people that we saw during the day. And then you have these groups that come in, and they come in, and I saw a lot of them. They're masked up. They have hammers with them. They bring pepper spray. They start attacking our employees. And that, to me, is nonsense. It does happen. We do our best. And one of the things I'd like to say to that is when you have legitimate protesters, if you see these individuals within your groups, let us know. Get them out of there. Because look at what's happening now. I believe there is a legitimate reason to protest. But then this has turned to something ugly, violent, and the message has been lost. It's all about individuals who are committing criminal acts, destroying property, and bluntly destroying the city we love. It's unacceptable.
Would you support a curfew in the county?
That is a tool in the toolbox. That is a strategy that we deploy without hesitation, but it has to be the right time for the right circumstances. And I can tell you this, that myself and other county and city leaders have been discussing that as an option.
Okay, and if that were, so if we have, say, another night that looks like this, is that something that we're likely to see?
High probability, and we may not even wait till tomorrow night. So we'll see. We're definitely keeping that option on.
All right, we have
table.
Right. We have seen your deputies in particular. There was a very high-profile arrest that they made of a guy that was driving a minivan in a crazy fashion around downtown, nearly hitting people, doing reverse donuts in an intersection, drove erratically, went to Alvera Street. Two of your sheriff's deputies went through and found that person and arrested him. What other, do you have a tabulation of the number of arrests, the number of, if God forbid any deputies have been injured in this, any numbers along that line?
First of all, there's a saying here at the Sheriff's Department that the bear goes everywhere. And it looks like our deputies were Johnny on the spot, did a great job. They arrested that individual as he should have been arrested. So I'm very proud of their work and proud of the work of all the work that these deputies. Can you imagine being a family member of one of these deputies? You got a lot of families praying tonight that their loved ones come home and they don't get hurt. So just I want to make sure the viewers understand that side of everything that's going on. And by the way, a lot of these deputies we have have immigration backgrounds. They have immigrant parents, as I do. To answer your last question, I don't have stats as I'm sitting here or stats in front of me right now, but that's something we'll tabulate as the night and morning goes on. We can follow up with our Sheriff's Information Bureau, and they'll provide that to you tomorrow morning.
And if I could ask you a personal question, as someone with immigrant parents, what do you think of what's going on with these raids that ICE is conducting of work sites, Home Depot parking lots, factories, as they continue these sweeps?
You know what? I respect our federal partners. If they're going after individuals that are violent and have committed either violent or serious crimes, they should be doing that work as long as there's due process involved. But when you're taking the cooks, the gardeners, the maids, the people working at hotels like my parents did, that's where it hits a different chord, and that's where you can relate to a lot of the people that are peacefully protesting. I don't relate to the people out here committing crimes and destroying property and attacking our employees.
Of course. What we're seeing here is different law enforcement agencies with different missions. You've got ICE and Customs Enforcement that is going around and they're getting people who are in the country without authorization and taking them into custody. and you have your department and other police agencies, of course, in California that are subject to a state law that prohibits them from cooperating on civil enforcement of immigration regulations. Is this situation right now contributing to any sort of a strain in relations between you and these agencies, or your agency and theirs, that could have impacts beyond this week?
I think there's always, I don't know if I want to call it strain, but different missions. And we have to continue to figure out a way to communicate, coordinate when we can. I know there's some legal restrictions, but I'm focused on I'm hoping that none of their federal agents get hurt in this. I'm hoping that none of my deputy sheriffs or any police officers get hurt doing this. And I definitely don't want community members, legitimate community members that are protesting or demonstrating peacefully to get hurt in this. Right. So that communication, having that as a common way of going through this, I don't like the rhetoric on the extremes of either side of this. I think we really need to take a deep breath and figure out how we resolve this throughout the country, specifically here in our home in Los Angeles. We're better than this. We really are.
All right. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, thank you for joining us, and we will be checking back as events warrant here. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and sharing your thoughts and what you're seeing unfolding in the city and county of Los Angeles. Thank you for being there with us. We'll be back with more Eyewitness News coverage of the ICE raids, the response, the protests, and now the violence, coming up right after this.
Team down may be happening. Yeah, see, that gas is coming now. I don't need any more gas. I don't need your gas. All of that big cloud. I mean, it's literally, I can't barely see where I'm walking. Like, my eyes are just completely, oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Okay. Wow. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's still coming or something. Okay. That's that fire. We're downtown LA. They're starting to calm down now. Blasting it like crazy. The choppers are just spying on us. I think. Six helicopters.
I became like their reward. I told them as schools to go, it's okay.
Oh, the cops moved up, huh? Did they? Yeah, they did. Stephen Miller? I don't even know who that is. Now the cops didn't move up.
Where are the bushes?
Broken station. I think they're just holding the
wristbands for everybody.
Really? Okay, I'm going this way. Sorry for not knowing. I spent a lot of time at concerts. A lot of time live stream. Thank you for subscribing. I don't think so. If there is, somebody tell me. I don't think there is.
Hey, Vaya. Con Alex. Con Alex. Yeah, con Alex.
Sheriff's Department. We ended up sending well over 100 deputies. I think if you're monitoring the situation, you see our deputies out there, and not only out there, but doing a great job. So not only are we doing that, but I also put in a request for mutual aid for law enforcement agencies from the rest of LA County and other agencies from outside the county. So what you're going to be seeing in the next, shouldn't be too long from now, you're going to see a lot of law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs coming in to assist our brothers and sisters at LAPD. We have additional CHP officers coming in as well. So I'm going to send this very strong message. Earlier today, there were some really good people out there protesting and demonstrating, and then you had people who were acting unlawfully, which meant they were attacking police officers, deputy sheriffs, and causing a lot of destruction. If you are out here and that's what you're doing, there's a high likelihood you are going to jail, because part of the resources that I'm sending into downtown are our sheriff's booking teams, and they are able to book many people at one time as the police officers and deputy sheriffs take them into custody. So a word of the wise, go home unless you want to end up at one of our county facilities tonight.
And Sheriff Luna, this is Gio here. Is the expectation there in that case that this is for a specific set of time, or just indefinitely until this situation resolves itself?
We are here until we bring calm back to downtown Los Angeles. We want to see people get out of the streets. We want to see, I mean, you see cars driving recklessly, fires being started. We don't want any of that, and we don't want any of our businesses downtown impacted. You need to get out, and this is a warning to everybody, or you're going to end up in jail.
Yeah, Sheriff, it's Mike Rogers here. I wanted to ask you.
Okay, we're going to work on getting Mike Rogers back up for us here. Sheriff, you know, yesterday we heard possibly your deputies may have been hurt from a Molotov cocktail. Can you give us a description? How are your deputies doing out there? And do you have a number of arrests they have made?
I do not have a number of arrests yet. We will have that for you maybe by tomorrow morning. Leslie, I really appreciate you asking about the well-being of our deputies. People forget that when police officers and deputy sheriffs go to work, they have families at home who are very concerned about them. They're praying that they come home safe, that they come home non-injured. And unfortunately, yesterday, during the unrest in both Paramount and Compton, we had deputies who were out there trying to keep the peace, trying to do their job, and they were violently attacked. People were throwing things at them, which included high-powered pyrotechnics. So I had a deputy who was hospitalized after they experienced significant burns from those pyrotechnics. And yes, we had another individual throw a Molotov cocktail. And I just got to say that it's sickening. That has nothing to do with legitimate protesting or demonstrations. Those are criminal acts that have no business being done anywhere. That everybody should come out and say that is 100% unacceptable.
Hey, Sheriff, it's Mike here. I want to bring up a point when you talk about the injured deputies. There's video circulating, and I'm not sure if you've seen it, but I believe it was either in Paramount or Compton yesterday, where two of your deputies, either were tear gassed by federal law enforcement or some other chemical irritant got in their eye, and they went into a business. It looked like a restaurant, and a Latina business owner was helping them put milk on their eyes to kind of wash that out. This whole situation started with federal law enforcement coming into Los Angeles County and conducting those raids, which, whatever your opinion on it is, it happened, and it has caused what we're seeing now. Are you worried that when the federal law enforcement come in and do these types of things, that it erodes some of the trust that your department has worked hard to build with the community?
That's an excellent question, Mike, and yes, absolutely. The LA County Sheriff's Department, and I could speak for almost every law enforcement agency here in Southern California, we've been working so hard to build bridges, build relationships. That's how you reduce crime. That's how you positively impact quality of life. And a lot of what we've seen in the last week is very concerning to me. And again, our federal partners, if they are out and they are trying to take into custody individuals that have committed violent or serious crime, there's a due process. Hey, get them off our streets. But as they're going out and, you know, we're taking cooks and gardeners and maids and hotel workers into custody, that's what's causing a lot of our challenges here. That is breaking public trust. And I'm really hoping, and I don't want to sound extremist on any side, because I think we have to be moderate to solve some of these very tough challenges that we have in front of us. But hey, I was born here in LA. I've been here my entire life. We know the culture here. Being an immigrant or having immigrant families, that's part of our rich culture. That's why people come visit this area. And you know, what you hear, this rhetoric about all these immigrants committing crime, our statistics don't bear that out. Yeah, we have people who commit crime. We don't care if they're immigrants or not. We have amazing deputies who will respond, investigate, take people into custody. But the majority of the people committing crimes here are not immigrants.
Yeah, and Sheriff Luna, we have heard, you know, some situations where the communication between federal law enforcement and specifically the LAPD has just not been cohesive, hasn't really been there, has been off. Have you had communication with federal officials, including Department of Homeland Security or ICE, as they say and we hear they're going to continue their enforcement for the next at least 30 days here in the Los Angeles area?
Yes, I've had recent conversations with them, and my goal is to work on better communication and coordination. And the individuals that I'm talking to, they agree with that. There are things we definitely disagree on, but there is something we do agree on, and that is I don't want any federal agent getting hurt or attacked violently, and I don't want any of my deputy sheriffs or any police officer being injured or hurt. You know, I take it a step further. I do want to show humanity and empathy towards community members as well.
That see these images and think, thank God, it's about time.
Yep.
Law and order, restore this. We need it. And there are other people that are watching this that are concerned. Could I be next?
Okay, let me just point out the LAFD is there. They'll put out that brush fire. We're going to go back to Matthew Sudorf because Matthew, you're getting some kind of emergency alert.
Yeah, this is probably the third or fourth time we've gotten these today downtown. I don't know if you can see that. Emergency alert, LAPD avoid the LA Civic Center area, unlawful assembly declared. You can hear all the phones going off in the area, so everyone is getting these right now. Police definitely serious trying to get people to go home at this point. It's getting late. Again, a lot of people just wandering, looking for something to do. That alert goes out, and hopefully that gets the message out there that, you know, this is done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see everybody walking the other way because they just got that alert?
Not quite.
I guess I'll wrap it up now.
So, no.
That's it.
Yeah. I don't
Good
think
night, everybody.
We've gotten about 3 or 4 of those alerts today, and it doesn't seem like, you know, people look at it on their phone and just put it right back in their pocket.
Right. But meantime, it does look as if there are fewer people at that intersection, and we want to show you some video from earlier today, just because if you've been following what has happened over the last couple of days, all things started in Paramount when ICE
a path where we will be notified specifically about specific locations. And honestly, that type of communication, if you really look at SB 54, is something that we're not supposed to be doing. So that's a good, healthy discussion that I think we have to all have to try and prevent a lot of what's happening in the last couple of days here in our Los Angeles.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. Sheriff Luna, thank you so much for giving us time tonight. I know it's late on a Sunday night, but we really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna.
You as well. And as we were wrapping up with Sheriff Luna there, we were noticing here on the live shot from SkyCal that fire in that bush that we were first drawing attention to you, where we didn't know if whether someone was trying to ignite it or perhaps try to stop it with some sort of bottle. Fire engines are right there, just recently arrived as that fire has now started growing a little bit. This is one of several fires we've seen set throughout the city all throughout the evening. Let's get right to Lori Perez, who's down there. And Lori, it looks like, tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We walked up here. This is the Broadway overpass over the one.
I think we should.
I think that was a response to them doing fireworks.
By his irresponsible actions, he gets out of the car here. Watch what he tries to do with this very heavy dumpster. Oh, we don't have that part. But notice how people realize, wait, there's something wrong with this guy. So they go running after him.
I don't know what they're doing. I guess they're getting serious about chasing everybody down. They probably aren't using the resources elsewhere. Like maybe all the other activities have calmed down, so they've got the extra officers to bring this direction. Just in case we didn't know it was the 4th of July, right? Okay. Alondra, hello. Good to see you. I didn't see what happened earlier, but sorry. Try to keep things positive. Karen Bass and Governor Newsom. Oh my gosh. When did this go? That's been. I thought I got a new super chat. Sorry. False alarm. Thank you everybody for watching, for subscribing, for trying to be civil as you can be. I know it's hard for some of you guys. You're used to political channels where we're not really a political channel. Trick runner number 2 position. Congratulations. Adam. Thank you, Adam. Coloring hat. Thank you, not Edward.
Okay, love you, bye. What side are you on? Depends what side you're on.
Depends on what side I'm on?
We violate you.
The way I look at it is this: you can't randomly pick up people, right?
I understand that, but
right?
what side are you?
He just told you.
That's.
You can't pick up.
But I'm doing that.
I voted for Biden.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like
I really wanted to vote for Pete Buttigieg.
Oh, okay.
But you know, that was.
Good enough.
Okay.
Right side. You're on the right side.
No pressure there, right? I actually don't remember. I think I missed voting this last time. Gary Gray causing trouble. Is that who that was? Dry news. I try not to get in politics here, but okay. Should we go this way? I don't know. We'll go back this way a little bit. I'd like to see the receipts that he actually voted. I don't think he's old enough. But he probably wasn't old enough. But if he was old enough, I'd like to see the receipts that he actually, showed up before 5 p.m. You got to get up a little earlier to vote. They don't keep it open until midnight. Some places they do, but. It's all right. It's all right. I forgive them. I'll hang out with him on it. In a different scenario. His friends were like, calm down, calm down.
Well,
I think he was drinking really and emotional. That's what I think. His friends were like,
so it's just easier to stop.
I can pick up a sign, carry it. That may help me.
Your equipment will get busted. We'll pick you up and bad.
Tomorrow?
Oh, we're restreaming.
Right?
SoCal.
They're not going to stop.
I did vote.
Right?
My vote isn't in place.
Did they do one today, or we don't know?
Yeah, they did one. No, there was just, I'm pretty sure there was some ice rates around, but people were just going to detention center.
Because yesterday I went to the one actually at the.
There was some in Pasadena.
Nice seeing you. See you guys later. Be safe, okay?
At Compton.
Oh yeah, I was there.
And they hit me. They hit me with the shrapnel. I got 7 stitches right there. It's crazy too because I was far away. It just came out of that fire. Remember how they lit that trash can on fire? No, there's 2 sides. We were on the side with the donut place.
Oh yeah, I was there too.
Okay. Yeah, that was crazy. It just all of a sudden you could see it on the news. It went straight at me.
You have a lot of viewers right now.
We get a lot of viewers. I usually do concerts like Beyonce, Kendrick, you know. But this is too crazy. It's like how a SoCal, we're on YouTube.
SoCal YouTube?
SoCal Shorts.
Do these people really care? Yeah, we do care.
Yes. Some people do care. SoCal Shorts.
SoCal Shorts? Okay.
We just got pressed by somebody to who I voted for. It's like, you know, I normally don't say on stream who I vote for.
Yeah, you can't trust any politicians.
But yeah, that's me. I keep flip-flopping.
Yeah.
I wanted Pete Buttigieg, but he didn't run. Then we ended up with Biden, and I don't know. Yeah. Nice to meet you guys.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Thank you. Gage, start handing out job applications. Norm McDonald. I was really for Pete. And then he told me to vote for Joe. So I was actually giving money to Pete and Joe. And then Joe got a little crazy during the election. I don't know. I wasn't a big Joe fan during the run up to election, and then after he got elected, I didn't really care as much. So I'm not a big political guy, but you cannot show up and round people up randomly. You know, people that have been living here 10, 20, 30 years. I don't know. That just seems crazy to me. But you don't have to agree with me to watch my video. I don't think. So, and most of the time we do non-political content like Beyonce, Kendrick. You know, we're gonna do Lady Gaga. We're gonna do Halloween Horror Nights. We did the LA County Fair. So, most of the time people don't feel the need to express politics in our chat. Kanye, I still like Kanye.
I agree with that. I still like you.
It's too much gas over in there. But maybe I'll go back over there in a minute. Okay. Sorry. Not showing you the crowd here. But I'm gonna go down there a little bit. Now that everybody's run away. Probably they smoked them. Probably gave them some gas. The building they broke into is the police station.
Was that the police station?
I couldn't tell until the other side. When it gets late, I think they probably seen me look at that house. I'm standing there watching, I'm the only person watching. That's the police station. Yeah. You guys with the BBC or?
Channel 4, yeah.
Channel 4, okay. I go over there a couple times a year, but do YouTube, so Thorpe Park, you do that. Normally I'm at theme parks, not in the violence here, so. But I needed this. I got hit with one last night. Got seven stitches. Yeah. It was some kind of explosion out of the fire. Well, when somebody had a fire. There's the BBC.
¿Qué dijo? No, I can throw it, bro.
No, Chewy, I'm not. You missed the next one.
I got it, bitch.
I think you got him. I heard it hit.
You got the other car too?
You got the other car. You got two cars. You got both cars. Did he get him? I'm gonna let, they'll tell us. Did he get him?
It's fake. They shot you?
Rubber bullet? Or the grenade? The grenades were getting us yesterday.
Where you going, bro?
From the BBC. All of Europe. You're about to be famous. Don't do it. I should wear a different shirt.
I don't know him.
It's coming on the news, huh? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
How you feel? Tell them, fuck guys, fuck everybody. That's it. Hey, fuck guys. Tell them. Check it out. Check it out. Blow it up. Blow it up.
That's on Europe. BBC. You're in. This is LA. We're in LA.
This is the real
Okay.
LA. Fuck transplants, homie. Fuck all the bullshit. This is the land, homie. Over.
Sorry for the language.
It's not fair.
I'm true. That's so bad. What?
What time you guys
Or
going
look
out?
for the BBC. BBC. You'll find it.
What channel?
YouTube. SoCal.
YouTube?
SoCal Short. Normally we're at Beyonce, Kendrick, stuff like that.
What's the point you're making this for? She literally can't not swear. You not swear.
We're mad. No, I'm like. We're mad. We're mad.
Tell me why you're mad without swearing.
Just tell me that you're all up here. Be protected.
So you're Americans?
My grandma,
Okay, yes, we're coming back.
And you just feel that they're arresting people just off the street? People that are arrested, they say that they're criminals. Is that true?
Why are we treated like this?
It's usually just white. It's for Pride, for June.
Oh, yeah.
June's for Pride. You just move this way, you'll be okay. They all run straight. Smoke, probably, gas.
There's no police chasing us.
Sometimes there could be, but usually not. Mostly other people, but I talked to them a little bit. Make America gay again. Not Edward. Sorry we didn't get to Pride today. He's recording on his phone. You get good enough footage, you can patch it into the news cameras. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't cancel Pride. There was some discussion they might have canceled it. I didn't get to go, but we'll go to another one. We'll go to Orange County or something.
Yeah, Brian mentioned that.
Not Edward, be nice.
Basically, channel. If you go to YouTube,
Yeah, Christopher, you're pretty right. I'm going to be wrapping the stream up pretty soon. This is, they're concentrated in little pockets, about maybe 20 to 30 people, and they're just creating little havoc all over the city. So I think this is going to be pretty much done for tonight. If anything else pops off, then I'll definitely get back on it.
If you go to England, it'll be on your TV.
Of course, I'll be
if you go to England, it'll be on your TV.
tomorrow if they start again tomorrow. Thank you to everybody who's watched.
It's based out of England, but they cover all of Europe. Like the #1 news network in Europe. Well, the YouTube is just a bonus, but in Europe it's on your TV sets, your hotels, everywhere. If they cut you in, which you probably will, probably everybody in Europe is going to see you tomorrow. Whatever time tomorrow comes, it's like 8 hours off. But.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No problem. I'm SoCal Shorts on YouTube too. If you want to see LA stuff. But I used to just do Disneyland.